Tom Millman, how's it going? We're trying, we're trying. I got a German Shepherd that wants to say hi to you, Tom. Come here, bud. Tom.
What the dog doing?
He shook his head no. Come here. There we go. Oh, Dash Love. Make out with me? Goodness. Gonna make out in front of everybody on the stream? Oh my goodness. Passionate smooches? Hang on, let me get the full cam on. Camera only. Oh, Jesus. Gonna make out in front of everybody? Really? Happen? Witches? You're shedding like crazy. All right, gotta get back to work, buddy. Well, that's not what we wanted. I don't know what that was about. Oh my. Oh man. Calvin, 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 Calvin. Stop. Stop it. Stop. Stop. Thank you. Calvin, stop. Listen to Tom Millman. Tom Millman is trying to set you astray. Gonna lurk around the store. All right, thank you so much, Tom. Timothy Millman, ladies and gentlemen. Running to the store. Look both ways when crossing the street. Look left. Look right. Look left again. Stay safe, Tom Millman. Godspeed. Son, how's it going? Bax, how's it going? Okay, I think we're getting something. If the logic is shit, then look at your data structure. If you're drowning in like what the hell's going on here, sometimes it helps. On target? Yeah, I think I'm fine. I'm worried about the controls. I have some doubts about the controls. The whole point is to have it be like a co-op. But it takes a certain kind of player, and this is a jam game. And so I may have just blown my foot off by just thinking that this was a good idea in terms of I think it'll be fun for people that will find it fun, and it won't for others. And so I think I've nailed the summertime thing, and I think I've nailed the score thing. A lot of the level and stuff needs to be edited for that to really be perfect, which I'll get to. But this control thing, I'm having doubts, but I'm kind of in it. I'm stuck with it, so we're gonna stick with it. Yeah. I could, I guess. I mean, I'm already there. If we get rid of the back button, maybe I should. I can just abandon it and just go to WASD, but it really it gets rid of the main thing, which was the tube and light controls, which I loved as a kid in the arcade. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think it's hard. I think it's challenging. But apparently the main complaint, I think, has been that it's tiring. So I love it, but I have been spending a lot of time doing it. I know Codex is working on a Descent style game, and I think if you put Descent's controls in front of people, I mean, you could just as easily create the next Get Good game with Descent controls, you know? And it just clicks for people like, oh, this is hard, but it's rewarding. I'm not saying this is anything like that idea, but I don't know. Yeah, I like it. I do feel like it works better on controller, frankly. But I could easily make it WASD. Ah, fuck. Should I just do that? Fuck you, Vex. I'm kidding. Damn it, Vex. You're killing me, Vex. Alright, well. Let's just try it. Oh, God. Ugh. I feel like I'm taking the soul out of the game by doing this. That's what's broke the controls, Vex. It actually messes a bunch of other stuff up for the feel. Because I want to have it both ways where you can still tap it. And I have to get the coyote time mixed back in with doing it that way. So I added that in. I just feel like maybe it's just too much for people. So we'll try QW or WASD, WASD controls. That's called quitting in my book. We could call it easy, like you were saying. It totally changes things. And it suddenly becomes even more unwieldy. Imagine it suddenly, like, in order for that to kind of work right, and then you can't tap it. So then I was thinking, oh, I could have it build its strength up as you tap it. But I think that creates an even larger learning curve. Um, I still want to mess around with it because we're in a jam game. I do think that maybe my control scheme is a mistake for a jam. But I don't know. There's Tubin. DOS. We're not doing that. I don't know how to insert coins. I don't know how to do anything. Insert coin is select or V. Start as enter. The screen makes it so you have to move forward. But since we're in 3D, we can't really... the way that I was planning on doing that is just with tidal movements and level design, making it so you can't go back. Right. So eventually, I'm imagining this game is on an incline going down, right? In certain stages, it's even steeper, and it's not, and it's real chill at first. That's how I'm imagining, if I were to pursue this, that it would actually be. Look at that background that's using that's, what is that, scrolling? That's pixel scrolling. What do they call that? Where they pixel shifting? See, use that. So this is forward. Look at that, tap. Yep, this is exactly how I'm doing it. It's exactly like I remember. Stop quickly, use back panel buttons. to throw. Spacebar in our game. Fuck. No, it's just some state shit. I'm gonna get through it, but I'm just having doubts about the controls. I think what I could do is just detect, like, hey dude, it looks like you're having problems. You want easy mode? And then I just give him WASD. And I'm just like, here, loser. Here you go, dumbass. Too stupid to figure this out? No, I think the physics is also part of the charm. I feel like if I take all of that out, I haven't made the game that I want to make. And it's like you're just moving around like a person in an FPS at a certain point. You know? And it's like, well, that's not what we're trying to do here. No, I'm just saying, like, at a certain point, if I keep removing things, I'm exactly what my daughter suggested, which is like, why don't you just have it, you press forward to go forward, backwards to go backwards, left to go right, right? And then it's like, yeah, let's put the camera on the mouse. And I like, at a certain point, it's just like, oh, now we're just basically a guy in an inner tube who's just walking around. It's like the Doom guy with an inner tube around him. Like, I don't know. I'm struggling with this, guys. Let me fix the state stuff here, and then we'll go forward. I'm not being that dramatic either. I hope that's not coming off that way, Jacob. Yeah. No, it's just, at a certain point, it is like, well, it's not really anything anymore, like the original idea. And so I have to fight back in a way and be like, well, okay, either this idea doesn't work or it does work. But if I get rid of it completely, it's kind of not anything. New and different control schemes are tough. Yeah. You guys remember the Game Informer review of the first game to have modern FPS controls for controller? I believe there's a video review of it where it's the first one. It was an Aliens game, and it's the first one that's like, okay, Left stick is move forward, backwards, left, right. Right stick is to look around. And like all the button placements and everything were like what we'd expect nowadays, like with the triggers and everything. And they're like, the controls are fucking worthless. And it like got demerits because of it. Again, I'm not saying I'm some genius guy. What do rowing boat games do? Is there a genre of rowboat games? Hey, please stop. Stop, Jeremy Sheps. Stop. Games where you row. I like the idea of this being a multiplayer game where you could either have two people on inner tubes or you could be on the same inner tube with controlling one side. Let's make it even worse. Two babes, one tube. Four boobs. Two babes, four boobs, one tube. That's the tagline. No. Maybe we should get rid of none. Somebody's playing this right now.
Paddle? Paddle? Paddle! 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 Paddle? Paddle! 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 July 25th.
So this one you're just fixed going forward. We're providing you 3 dimensions. This is really basically an endless runner where you control the whether or not you're going forward and what side you're on. Or it has that vibe of the endless runner thing. You will never go back, yeah. We're going for it. This is down to the animation controller. I'm worried that I might have to implement my own thing. Fuck. Want that hot babe? And right. Can you go backwards? But the camera doesn't move around. I think there's going to be a gravitation towards a strange control scheme. No reviews. Release date, July 25th.
This is Paddle Paddle Paddle, a game where you paddle.
Oh, coming
alone
out.
or with a friend.
10 hours it's coming out.
You will fall a lot. And
So is this the... Watch the developer play. So this is the developer. Yeah, see? He's showing the controls.
Left side. And this is just basic two button control movement. So it's really simple to learn but hard to master. Because the level is really hard and you will fall a lot, fail a lot and hate your friends. Because normally you will play the game together with a friend, but since I'm single today, I will only play the game alone.
Forever alone, I will play. Until I have friends. That is why I made this game. So that I could have friends to play with. You can go so fast. See, I don't... Again, the game I'm making for the Jam and the game that I imagine making for this Tubin thing is totally... They're different. I will always be alone playing this game. I'm sorry. I failed you, Grandpa. I told you I would have friends. I have none. I've dedicated my life to this paddle game. It was a horrible waste of time. I see this guy on Twitch. He's making a paddle game. I should tell him, no. Give up your dreams. I should toast this guy. All right, I'm sorry. If he turned around and he's like, "I'm an American and this is my American accent," I would laugh as well. So it's all love. Well, let's keep trying this shit, shall we? We're gonna believe. I gotta believe. This is great. No, most of it's gonna be like, this game looks really good. The music's great. Everything looks really cool. I can't play it. And so we have WASD for losers. I think this is a good compromise. We're gonna call it loser mode. Quitter mode. I think if we can have some way of detecting, like, hey, they've been stuck for X number of period of time in the starting area, then we're just going to be like, all right, here's baby mode, you know. I think that's probably a good call. Or during the tutorial, it's like, is this too hard? Initiate baby mode. Well, you some kind of liberal? We have a special liberal mode for you quitters out there. Looks like you didn't vote for McCain in 08. Here you go. I don't know. Don't know, guys. Maybe that demo can give some thoughts on how to handle it. Otherwise, good luck. Thanks for stream. Yeah, thanks. I'll check it out. Give it a shot. Literally a paddling game is coming out in 10 hours, though. That's so funny. Hit the play button. Made with Unity. This game was developed in 2 weeks.
Oh yeah! Three, two, one, paddle! I'm sorry. Beep boop. Back to the start. You will fall a lot. It's important to stand up afterwards.
I think it's weird to, again, the separation. I think my thoughts on separating the controls across the keyboard make it way easier to like separate the actions.
Yeah!
Oops. I see. Yeah, it's really awkward because I'm doing A and D, so my hands are really close together. I've done QWOP for my controls. I am considering, what if I just got rid of the backwards direction so you can never go backwards? You have to like rotate to go backwards. But this comes down to the animation of the player in order to relay what's happening. Although, if people have never been in an inner tube, this could be weird for them. They don't know what the physics actually looks like. I don't know. Okay. Okay, let's see if this logic is working. Way too fast. Because we're not resetting the, we're not resetting... Okay, that part's clear. And just to confirm, I can just tap it, right? So here's the part where shit gets all wonky. Justin, we're trying to get the controls to be not shit. I liked them, but people complained about their hands hurting. There's a general complaint about them being too hard. Now I'm full of self-doubt. I believe in my control scheme, but it is a jam game. And apparently people give jam games like 2 seconds, which is something I never did, but apparently that's the way it works for most people, which I didn't realize that. So got that going for me. How you doing? Yeah, I think I'm going to start doing 30-day games, dude. I was wondering what you might think about the next 2 potential game ideas that I was going to pursue. So one of them's so one of them's more of a Lucas Pope style game, and the other one's more of a Zachtronics style game. So the first idea I had for, I'll sell the Zachtronics one, is, and it's funny because they just released the game that apparently is a little bit like what I was thinking, but not in presentation or execution. But it would be like a robot programming, designing and programming game, not automatrons, not humanoid, but like Roomba, you know, that kind of stuff, or some sort of like factory robot, like a arm on a factory line, like an assembly line robot. So some, like, either some sort of programming robot. You know, you design you pick where the wheels go, you pick where the sensors are, like that kind of thing, and then you program it. And then you put it in, it's like a Roomba, like a robot that you can put in a room and watch it work and redesign it and program it, and you're trying to hit certain marks, and then you proceed forward, and the difficulty changes by the room or the design of the problem space. Something like that. Yeah, something like an automaton. And then the other idea, no, not like Satisfactory. This would be 3D. It would be a single thing. If it was a factory thing, can you do any programming in Satisfactory? Oh, I guess Satisfactory is 3D. Okay, I must be thinking of something else. Or is it like gates and logic switches and shit like that, like Minecraftian programming? See, these are two, I don't know either of those things, so unfortunately. No, this would be like you're designing one thing to do something. I'm playing Satisfactory right now. Okay. The other idea is like a murder. So this would be the Lucas Pope style game, the Papers, Please, or Return to Obra Dinn. It's a murder investigation game where you play the role of a genetic genealogist. And what you do is you take DNA samples from crime scenes and you process them through the FBI DNA database. What's it called? CODIS. So you process the data through CODIS and you get matches. You take the data result and you're not looking like you come in when there's not a direct match on the DNA, right? So then what you do as a genetic genealogist is you go, okay, I know the family tree that this DNA comes from. And I know roughly, like I know a few factors about it. And so it's a game of reducing scope and narrowing down like who could be the killer. And so you start out by reducing down to, okay, it's somebody in this family tree. I know this much. And then it's like, okay, now you start mapping out the family tree. And then you go, okay, it couldn't possibly be this person because they were born before the killing. Or we know for a fact they lived in Europe and never left there or whatever. Like you can use a process of elimination. And so you're going through and you're basically finding a killer with a scrap of their DNA. And eventually you get it down to, I think it's probably this guy. And then that's when you get your probable cause and get a judge and you get a DNA sample and determine whether or not it matches the crime scene DNA and whether or not you found your killer. So it's like kind of just like a thinking game. It's not really anything other than that, and mostly process of elimination. There's a game where you have lots of babies and you have to sort who their parent is by looking at genetic inheritance. This would have more like story-driven elements to it, where it's like, as you get closer to finding the potential culprits, you're looking through like newspaper scraps and stuff and figuring out what high school they went to, you know, when did they graduate, what town were they still working in during the time of the murder. These are cold cases that you'd be using. It would be cold cases that you're solving, cases that are 20, 30, 40 years old. That kind of thing. Yeah. Let me put him up for a vote again. I'm more of a murder things with swords and magic kind of gamer. You're a cold-blooded killer. I see. Not a thinking man. I love that you're this person who loves Sims and simulating stuff. And then when it comes to gaming, you're like, I like to kill things. I like to slash things and split open their innards. I'm not really into these thinking man games. I'm more of a kill everything in sight kind of gamer. That's more my style. Pretty much. I like to make introspective, really thoughtful YouTube videos about game theory and simulation, and scope out what happens if we adopt Marxist ideologies and apply it for this or that, and see what happens. And then when I get home, you know what I like to do? I like to play my Skyrim. Skyrim is my favorite one. That's funny. A little bit of a midget, what's his name? Captain Kirk voice I was doing there. I like that kind of stuff, but I get enough. Totally understand. What about like a Sim City? What about Sim City? What about The Sims? If you had to pick between The Sims or The Sim City, what are we talking here? All right, started a new pool. I actually had the idea today of doing a Marks video. Really? Oh God. That would be interesting. I would imagine the problem with a lot of that stuff is economic simulation in particular is probably really difficult. I tried playing SimCity 2000 and I couldn't. I didn't know how to do anything. I needed them to hold my hand. I thought it was funny that the 30th page of the tutorial text was complaining about NIMBYs though. Simulating Das Kapital. Yeah. Yeah. How do you simulate killing fields? That's what I wonder. But yeah. Yeah. Econ Sims, and I want to do more. Yeah. Yeah, it feels like the hardest thing about it really is like the supply chain concept and like simulating that and needs and the complexities of like widgetization of fulfilling like economic needs. Not so, right. But that's ultimately the problem with any of this stuff though, is the ideology versus the, like, I always say communism is perfect for ants. But for people it just doesn't work. It's really interesting, like China's got this weird hybrid of semi-capitalistic but wholly party-driven economic system. It's really strange. So they kind of get to have their hands in both ends. But we kind of do the same thing in the States, where we have like corporate, we essentially have like corporate bailouts and monies that get assigned to big companies and stuff that like the automotive industry in the United States has just had a embarrassing record. And I personally, I'm one of the people in 2008 where I was like, let them burn to the ground and we'll be better off for it. And they're like, no, we gotta save them. And I'm like, no. But like if they couldn't survive years of handouts anyways, and they still tanked Fuck them. I have read the first half of Das Capital Volume 1. It clearly doesn't make sense in a modern econ knower. So the video would basically be like, love the vibes about making it better for the common folk, but maybe we shouldn't take this as a how-to. Maybe it don't work like that. Yeah. It's the human... I really feel like for me, the shorthand that I have developed for economy is black markets. Whenever a demand is not allowed to be filled by the government or is forbidden, you create a black market, and therefore you create crime and all kinds of elements related around that, right? So what's interesting is to watch where capitalism creates black markets and where communism creates black markets and what that looks like. And because we have protectionism and stuff, or at least right now that seems to be real popular, it creates these interesting problems. It's interesting, but it's always heartbreaking to see it coming, though. Like Venezuela was really tough to watch over a period of time, where you're just like watching this thing happen and you can just call it out. And it's like, okay, now this is going to happen. And then it happens. And you're like, okay, now this is going to happen. And then it happens. And you're like, God damn. No! You're just watching all these people suffer. All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to grab something to drink. Macro seems like dark wizardry. Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's why the Smith was just like, oh, I don't know, it's the magic hand. I don't know what the fuck I'll call it. I don't know. It's magic. I don't know. It just sort of figures it out. Oh shit! I have a jam thing. I need to update those. Apparently, I didn't even know I did that. I gotta rip that out of Nightbot. I'll do that right now before I forget. Not yet, Justin. Very soon. Very, very soon. Let me get these controls figured out and I'll invite you. Do you have an itch account? I don't want you to play it right now, though. It plays like shit. Because I implemented the press and hold for people and then broke everything. No votes on the game ideas. It's all right. All right. I think I might have this. I think I might have this in my head. God, this is such a weird series of things to do. It was yesterday, and then I changed the controls due to complaints. Give me a few minutes, perhaps, Todd? Perhaps, Justin? Is it a DNA analysis simulator? No. That might be part of the game loop at the beginning where you're like, so the way it works is, the way I'm imagining it works, and this would be through, you're not walking around in first person or anything like that. It's more like you're at a desk or at a computer's terminal, right? And it's like, hey, you get an email from a police department that says, maybe there's a couple of job offers that you have. You're a genetic genealogist, a detective you've solved crimes before using genealogy and your knowledge of like genetic stuff, right? So, but you got some job offers or something like that, some cases, and you go, okay, I want to try to take this one. And you have the DNA evidence that's been at the crime scene. It's a cold case. They're all cold cases. At least initially, I think the cold cases will be more interesting because there'd be a lot more like genealogy to have to work through. And it's like, okay, you've got these DNA samples. We have some close matches, but not exactly through the FBI database. So we know you can, from that, maybe there's a mini game where you're kind of figuring out through the DNA, like what family tree the DNA is a part of. And then once you have established that, now you have the family tree, or at least the starting point of the family tree. Now you have to piece together the family tree. So you're using websites and doing research and stuff like that to fill in the blanks on the family tree. And so that's like an interface where it's like you're going to an ancestry.com kind of thing or something. And you're piecing together, who carries parts of this genetic information and who doesn't without invading their rights. Right. And so maybe that some of these people have had their samples through these DNA databases and stuff. And so you can go and start to reduce that way. But also you start to look at, okay, the crime was in this city. I know that these people are part of this family tree. I now have to go through every single one that fits the range that this would have happened in and figure out who could possibly have been responsible for this. Did they live there? That kind of thing. And so you're doing like real like detective work by like researching and shit. How that looks, I'm not exactly sure, but I am imagining it would be, if you've ever played Return to Obra Dinn or something like that, I imagine it would be something close to that. But maybe to establish motive and stuff so that you can get probable cause to be able to get their DNA sample through a judge order, you like have to start looking through newspaper clippings and or microfilm and stuff like that, and do actual like real legwork. So you're using like the Dewey Decimal System and shit, and researching like the old school ways. So no fantasy combat murdering at all then. No, unfortunately. Not like any of the detective shows where for some reason some bone detective guy is also going out and shooting people. Not like that. No, I was inspired by a series of YouTube videos that I saw. The 16-year-old kid solved this like 50-year-old murder cold case doing that. And I was like, oh, that's really interesting. The other idea is just to dedicate a lot of time towards the baking game that my daughter wants to make with me. Could be a side scroller like Dark Side Detective. Let me see. Yeah, I don't know that there would be a lot of gumshoeing in it. Except near the end. If I did that at all. I think the sort of release for the player would be all of this hard work, and then there's a news video. You see a clip on the news, and it's like, well, a 30-year-old mystery is now put to rest as detectives and blah 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 blah, and that's all the recognition you ever get, and you're not even mentioned by name, and it's probably what it's really like, I think, for a lot of these guys. It's like, yeah. I do believe it comes down to the controls. I think putting this in front of my wife and seeing how she struggles is going to be important. All right, let's see what this is. I'm dying, I'm dying, Pop.
Yeehaw! Woohoo! Yeehaw! Woo!
That's cool. Cool? Yeah, cool. You think it's cool? It's cool. It's not cool.
Rosaire, thanks for the raid. Hi from Spain. Thank you. Let me do a shout out. Juan, how's it going? The King Troop, what's up? Roger Palatine. John Tudote. Zero, thanks for coming in.
Just sit down and have fun!
I am Tomahawk Dev, how's it going? Adam Wolf. Thanks for coming in, everybody. Let me show you what I'm actually working on. We're in the middle of getting the controls better for this thing. We're working on a jam game. It's a summer-based jam game inspired by an arcade game, an old arcade game called Tubin, where you paddle inner tube forwards or backwards in water. So this is what it would look like forwards. Anyways, I can show you.
So you're just an old hacker like me, but disguised as an idiot.
Yeah, pretty much, Roger. Let me just show you here really quick. The controls are a little janky for me and my tastes. We made some changes for people, and now I'm see how it's kind of whipping around. It's because we got to reintegrate our coyote time.
Yeehaw!
But essentially, you can paddle around in the water here. It's a high score-based game, so it's got co-op controls. So Q and W are your left hand, and O and P are your right hand. And Q is forward, P is forward, W is backwards, and so you can spin around like this, go around like this,
I'm a dang chicken!
and just swing forward. But what were you working on, Air? Thanks, King. Yeah, it's coming along. We're trying to have press and hold, and that's what's caused some other problems. We have a, I'm calling it coyote time because I don't know what else to call it. But yeah, this is a 30-day jam. We're getting near the end. So this is about, what, 24 days of work.
Time to skedaddle!
And the voice work you're hearing is from someone on Twitch as well, M Audio. And I can do a shout out for her here in a second. But we got like a level editor and all kinds of cool stuff for the game going on. I can show you. But that's the main idea. Good game for the summer. Yeah, yeah. Let me check out what you were working on. I appreciate the raid. Thank you for the follow, the King Troop. Thanks for that. Time to implement sunscreen. I did want to have the realistic tanning lines that come with something like what was it? Beach volleyball. DOA beach volleyball. But alas, I might not be able to. What the hell is happening right now? Travis?
Yeah, cool.
Thank you for the raid. Cool. I was just showing the game I was working on. I wanted to see what Frozair was working on here. And now I'm getting raided again. What the hell's going on, guys? I appreciate this. Give me just a second. I gotta give a follow to Frozair. I think... Thank you so much, Travis. Let me do a shout out for Travis. I saw a preview when I was looking... Oh, sweet. Yeah, let me show you... I'll show you guys here in a second. Being rated is cool. Yeah. Hang on a second. I'm just gonna scrub through and see what... Wait, is this... Yeah, videos... Offline... Recent broadcast. Here we go. Implementing an Android, a shop and Android demo build. We're in Gadoot. We got a hat going on. It's a block breaker. It's a rogue block breaker. Is that what I'm seeing? Look at the clean stream. This is way better. Way more produced than me.
What you're saying, Illuspreacher.
What is this?
Oh my goodness.
All right. Well, I gave a follow.
It does remind me of 300, right?
All right, and then Travis, how you doing? I'll show you what I'm working on here really quick, and then I'm gonna check out what you're up to. I'll go back to I'm in the middle of adjusting the controls, so it's all broken right now for the for my local build. But it's a jam game, a 30-day jam game, summer-themed, high score jam game. So it's a score-based game for with a theme of summer. That's basically it. The jam is called 30 Days of Summer. It's on itch. We're technically on day 25, so we have 5 more days left. Co-op controls, this is correct. So I was inspired by a game called thank you for the applause, everybody. I really appreciate it. It always sounds a little sarcastic to me. Let me get rid of the music in the back, my other music in the background, so we're not fighting. So we have the high score system implemented. We're using Thule. I think it's called Tulo, something like that. So we do have the high score system going. Anyways, you pick your country because I want to make a sense of rivalry, or you could say none. But instantly, the game is now political, right? And then you type in your player name.
I think I'm gonna be sick.
Just ignore that. That's nothing. Don't worry about that. So here we are. This is a little mini map. It's needs some work. You guys can't see it right now though. Let me hide my face. Boop. Okay, so there's a little pin there where we are on it. So we're in a giant lake that's shaped like a dragon, as you can see. This is inspired by a lake in California called Nasi Minnow. So anyways, you can paddle forward. The animations aren't working right now. Please excuse that. That's what the arrows are for, to help kind of explain that. Let me scoot myself up here. So yeah, it's co-op controls.
Oh.
So Q and sorry, the left side of the keyboard is your left hand. The right side of the keyboard is your right hand. You have forward and backward for your left and your right hand. So imagine that you can paddle forward and backwards with your left and right hand. We're not seeing animated properly right now, but it'll eventually be there, hopefully near the end. Please, Lord of God. So you can hold it down, and you'll just, like, if you hold both down forward, you'll go forward. And then we can kind of adjust it here. Little light, small corrections.
Woohoo!
Just like in, what was that movie? Contact. Small corrections. And the other thing you could do in the game is we're gonna have beer cans that you're picking up. We've got boats. Let me come over here. But you can throw your beer cans at the boats. The boats need a little work. They're not always facing the right way. But you can throw your beer cans
sure
at.
are touched.
It's work in progress. Okay, guys. Jam game. We're trying to get it done.
Yeehaw!
We got boosts.
Woohoo!
And then just like a ton of boats everywhere that you're gonna be picking up beer cans.
Yeehaw!
We have all the systems in place to design where the beer cans go.
Woohoo!
And then you can just throw your beers at the boats.
She got a face for radio.
And we have little things that we say when we hit stuff. There's a lot of voice work in this game that you'll sort of discover on accident. Like if you spin really fast.
Mercy me, I'm about to tip over.
So she talks about how she's gonna like hurl if you go really fast.
I'm dizzier than a June bug in a mason jar.
Well, that's in the game. And then this is all voice work by M Audio on Twitch. Let me do a shout out to M. I do have to raid run. All right, Travis, I'm gonna check out what you did today. Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. Anyways, so it's I can show you some of the cool design stuff that I've done for the game as far as like level design and everything. Have a great stream. Thank you so much. Let me show you the stage editor that we got going on here. For you guys coming in. So we have this here. If we go to a isometric view, you can see we've got these boundaries here. So basically in Godot, there's something called a path 3D, which essentially is just points in 3D space, and then you can do something called a path follow on it, and you can give curve to the path, you give it points and stuff like that. But in our case, for these little they're like volumes, you might be able to see them here. But essentially what we can do is we can define the boundaries of the stage, And so this is the starting area. And so we can define these areas. These are called stage boundaries. So you go here and you can kind of see it. The background's kind of hiding it. Let me adjust this one. Maybe you guys can see that. Maybe not. Might have to change the background color. Oh, did I? What? That was weird. Oh, it's because of the shout out. I'm sorry. Thanks for letting me know. Could you imagine? Thanks for letting me know. Oh my God, how embarrassing. So embarrassing. Here we go. Now you can kind of see them. So anyways, these are just little area 3Ds. They're just, it's just like an area volume that we create automatically when you adjust this, right? So essentially, let me go to one. I'm messing everything up because nothing's locked. Anyways, here you can adjust it. See how it, ooh, neat, right? Okay. So then it defines the center point for each of these boundaries. And basically, if you fall out of the stage somehow, because this is like, it's got physics, right? So weird stuff can happen. So if you go like out of the boundaries of the stage, it just remembers the last boundary that you were in and resets you to this marker point here. So that way, if you do somehow get out of the bounds of the world, you just snap back to it. It counts down and throws you back into it. So that's pretty cool. And then the next cool thing, I'm just showing off all the systems here. So we got gates. You just slap these in. These are just elements that you throw in, and then you can adjust the time on the gate, and that's what makes these gates have the time on them. So you can put these around the stage, and then we have collectibles. These are also Path 3Ds, and so these are like your Sonic coins, and you just can lay out a collectible path, and build a curve for it, and then here we go, we can see it better, and then specify what type of collectible and how many are going to show up, and then they'll just show up along that path for you automatically from the starting point to the ending point. So if you did 3, there would be one at the beginning, one in the middle, and one at the end. Okay, so then the boats are cool too, same idea. We're just using Path 3Ds all over the place on this. So the vessels, we throw those out, we draw the paths out, we got the curves on them. Let me find the one that we selected here. I don't know where the vessel is. It's over here somewhere. There it is. It's this one. But anyway, so you define the path as well for the vessel, and it follows it, and then it still applies physics for the, at least for the y-axis, for the bouncing around stuff. We still have to get them facing the right direction. But right now we're working on controls because we had some people try the game out, and they instantly said they hated the controls. But I'm kind of unwilling to bend on it. So I'm trying to fix it from a what they're telling me they don't like and what I think I can do to make it something they might like. I think I might not win this game jam, guys, because I think I'm so stuck on these controls and wanting to keep them that way that I'm screwing myself over. But I like them. They're fun, and it's janky, and it made me laugh the first time I got it working. And so I'm just like, okay, I'm just going to lean into that. But maybe one man's laughter is another man's rage. Who knows? I think that's probably true. But generally that maybe separates crazy people from not so crazy. Who knows? Anyways, so back to the code. We're trying to get the this coyote time stuff worked out. Yeah. So let me just continue to work on that. This input code is shit though, because it really just don't do this. Okay, guys? There we go. There we go.
Woo!
Okay.
Yeehaw!
Alright, so that worked. Correction backward. Fix those errors. Johnson, what's up? Oh, these ones? Oh, yeah. These are easy to fix. We're probably going to cave and have WASD for controls as well if people want a baby mode. So those should be gone now. Sorry, I put those in and I haven't added the inputs yet. But that's my cave for
I'm a
people
dang
complain.
rotisserie chicken.
That's a state issue. All right, those errors are gone. Are you happy?
Oh!
All right, let me fix the backwards there because we're not setting the. I do generally try to keep the errors clean. I also Okay, so I think we're almost there to include the coyote time. So I'm calling it coyote time, but essentially if you're trying to go forward and you press forward with the left and the right hand, there's a possibility of having a slight delay between pressing them at the same time or pressing to hold them at the same time. And what that does is it causes the player to, because we're applying an impulse when you first press the button. And so what happens is we impulse in a rotation instead. So instead of doing a linear impulse, we do an angular impulse. Instead of a and so that creates this like kind of snaking effect. Input buffer. Okay, I wasn't familiar with the term. So I guess I'll change the name of the variable. I've never had to do something like this before. It's weird because it creates, and it's a buffer is a proper word for it because it does create this weird problem where if it's too long, it creates a delay. Because you want to also still fire the input
Gentlemen,
if it doesn't see a match
is Democracy Manifest.
from the other end. So like if you press I want to go forward left and then it doesn't see a forward right ever, then it should still do the other one. Gotta run, have a nice follow. Have a nice night. Yeah. Gotta follow one. Thank you so much. Is it Sachot? Sacot? I'm sorry. You could punch me. All right, heading to bed. All right, Mariano, have a good night. Counter raid fight. I didn't even notice those comments. All right. So anyway, so we have the forward and backward coyote time working proper. Now we need to include if you're holding it. If you're holding the button, then we also want to apply an impulse like you're tapping it, which is what I tend to do. But some people complain that their precious fingers get tired. I also call these people pansies, but that's neither here nor there. Not really, but come on, guys!
Woohoo!
So this is me tapping.
Yeehaw!
Anyways. So now what we have to do is to get our if we're holding it for a period of time. So if this, I guess what we could do, this is nasty, all these extra conditions, but so elif the hand direction is forward. And our time for forward is with the same hand. We don't need to call in there. So if and hand stat. So this is this is more. It's more than just this though, because what we want to know is that, and also if we've already applied an impulse because we did this here, then so we could say, oops. I mean, the one thing that absolutely is true here is our right hand would not equal for us to use the buffer time. What did we call it? What did he call it? Input buffer. For us to use the input buffer, then we would want to make sure that the corresponding hand, the opposite hand, is not equaling forward. So like in this case, this would be left. And in this case, this would be right hand backward. So long as we don't equal backward. And then this would be hand left. This is fucking horrendous to look at. Oh my god, my eyes! Okay. And I suppose what we would do for this is we would say direction is none. No direction home. Time forward, time backwards. So these just go up no matter what. They get reset on these other scenarios. Time forward. So do we... And direction none. We're going to trust this. Oops, wrong spot. And we'll do it here. And then here's right. Okay. Let's see. Okay, we're still good. All right. Ooh, look at that. Okay. Okay, so we're still good. So now I think we're set up to do, if we're holding it. So in this case, what we would do is we would say, okay, there's a lot of repetition here. I recognize that, guys. Elif, and it's not an elif because we know this won't happen if the following is true. So we don't need to, okay, so we can say if the two directions for both hands are the same, that's when we count time. We look for the time to match the press and hold is what I'm talking about right now. So we have this hand hold time. So if the two are the same, and we're going to do parentheses here. This is nasty. It keeps getting worse. Time forward. Did you guys know that there's a lot of similarities between the original I'm frozen. Okay, anything? I also bet. All right, Justin, have a good night. I want to do a shout out to Jotson now that we have a big crowd here. Everybody knows Jotson, but if you don't know Jotson, Jotson's working on two games that I know of right now. One is a Ridiculous Shipping. That's still a work in progress, right, Jot? And then the other one is a work in progress for a like a scary what do they call them? Horror game. Not a horror game. Those are banned now. We're not allowed to have horror games anymore. But horror games we can have. So, luckily still safe. Pretty soon, though, it'll be like, oh, nothing with the devils. Nothing mentioning the devil or having a pentagram in it. Or anything about something we don't like. Duh. Coming soon to a... It's almost like we saw this coming years ago. Oh. Jesus Christ, guys. We need to have some goddamn consistency with our I'm gonna stop talking. All right. What is he talking about right now? I don't know. All right. He's not completing a thought. No, he really isn't. Yeah, let me commit the stage stuff for you, and then I'll kind of. Ah, shit. I don't know, sweetie. I don't know if the game even works for you right now. I'm gonna go talk to my wife really quick. She's done a lot of the level editing and stuff, and we'll see if I can't get her started on something. I'll be right back, guys. That's my backyard. We'll put on some music, babysit you guys. You guys want some Paw Patrol? Thank you. Playdate game coming out in October. Nice. I'll be right back, guys. We'll run an ad. Oh, we just did. Okay, I don't want to do that to you guys so soon. Be right back. I'm back. Sorry about that, guys. Might have to jump away again here in just a second. Goodness gracious. He had a locked Git file. I couldn't figure out what the hell was going on. Okay, so if we're trying to go in the same direction, I guess we need to establish what direction. Oh, Jesus, this keeps getting hairier and hairier. It's like, you know, I haven't had to do this kind of logic before, and so there's got to be a really clean way to do this, and I'm just dumb. Okay, we'll do it after these two, because these are the same idea. So this is the forward check. And now if these haven't fired, it doesn't matter one way or another. Then we're just going to check, okay, so we are both forward. The button presses are both forward. So they're the same and they're forward. So hand that direction. Okay. And then let me put something else on. Okay, so if it's forward and our time forward is greater than handhold time for either left or right, that means we've been holding it down enough that we're going to apply an impulse, which is all this stuff, this repeated code here. Now, this looks so repetitious that I'm thinking yeah, we'll get to that. Okay. Okay. So we apply an impulse for forward in our basis. Our forward direction is wrong right now, but we're going to ignore that too. A bunch of stuff's just broken right now. But I don't want to try and fix it for sake of jam. So then, yeah, we apply impulse. Now we're just going to reset the handhold time greater than handhold time. So we just reset our times on both hands. May as well set it to 0 for our time. And on both of them, left and right, both reset it. We've pushed forward. Now, okay, let's try it. I think we got it. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah. And we can still tap, which is always faster.
Woohoo!
Okay. Okay. So we do the same thing again, but now for backward. No, we don't have to do another, we can do it here. Like this. because we're checking if they're the same. So this really should happen after all of these scenarios. The coyote time, as I'm calling it, which I guess is input buffer. And the coyote's second hull. We're not the same. Blah, 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 blah. And if our hand direction is backward, and we're just checking one hand, because if they're the same, then we just need to check one hand's direction to go, what direction are we talking about? And I guess we could just do an else here, because we know that we're doing backwards in this case. I find in these scenarios, sometimes doing an else is a little different. No, because we still need to do this, we need to check the time on it. So backward. So if backward on either of these is our hold time, and we say cool, and then we reset, and then we apply an impulse to the backwards direction, which is without the -1. Okay. So now we have everything but the angular rotation for when we're just going in one direction. And this is where we need that coyote time. So in this case, how do we do this? Because we're almost there, guys. The hand holding and pressing to go forward is feeling exactly the way I want it now. Well, we can tap it. Tapping it is the pro move, pro gamer. Why are we seeing an up? What's that about, bros? Hand direction. Ah! Forward. These are backward.
Yeehaw!
Oh, look, it gets really fast.
Woo!
We might need a maximum. But I think, I don't know, I think that's like a pro gamer thing. Give me a second, guys. A little bit of a doggo incident, but we're okay. He stole an old outfit from an old dog. Long gone. Old friends, long gone. Okay, so if we're not the same direction, so this is the old stuff. We can get rid of this. If we're not the same direction, then all hell breaks loose. Okay. If we're not the same direction, we have the torque impulse. These are the three little main things that we care about with this. Is these two little bits here. Again, a lot of repetition, so we could throw this into a function to reuse. But right now, I prefer to see everything out in the open, like what's happening. Okay. We're gonna get rid of all this old stuff. All right, now, okay, so if this is a direction equals to forward, okay, then we're gonna do something, and that's the left hand. And then the left hand again equal to backward. We're going to do something. Okay. Now, if the left hand is forward and it's kind of the same thing again, where we go, okay, because we got to check coyote time first. But we can do this in a one-liner. So here we can say, and it's not about the right hand, it is about the left hand. So if its time forward direction equals forward and the stat time is less than the coyote time, then, or greater than, greater than or equal to coyote time. And we actually want this to be, no, this is fine. Okay, because we're checking if they're not the same. Okay, so if the coyote time is greater, then we know that we've been holding it, that it has been that has been continued to be held, or what happens when we let go? We reset. Let me check the machine. I'll send a remote request to you. What is locking this? Just get out of here. Let me just RM. Okay, that's not there anymore. We go and we try to discard. What the fuck is going on here? Are you fucking kidding me? Okay. All right, that should fix it. All right. You should be all set. You're welcome. All right, sorry guys, just getting a little distracted. Okay, so if they're not the same, and we need to know that it's safe to apply the force. One thing we could do is since we're doing this and we're reset and we're Okay, so we've checked here, and we know that before we get to the part where we might need to know that we don't care about anything about Coyote Time, we've gone and we've said, okay, if they're not the same direction, we're gonna set the Coyote Time. We're gonna set the time for that direction equal to the Coyote Time, whatever we want to call it, buffer or whatever. So. We've already taken care of this if this is true. So what we could do is say, okay, so we know that the time is now past Coyote Time for the opposite direction. If it was true that but that's not what we care about. It's like it's the so it is a buffer. It is the prior direction, which we don't have anymore because we flushed it out, right? So we have direction, and we have like we could do last direction, right? This is stupid. My old way, I was like, oh, the old way was dumb. Because I basically had this with my old approach, and it was better than this. Have you ever done a refactor, and you're just like, wow, this is actually shit. This is worse than before. It is funny how combining the hold with everything else is what threw this all off, though. So here on the release, all the time, so much that I always make a branch before I refactor. Yeah, I kind of wish I'd done that. My get foo is real weak, though, admittedly. Okay. So hand direction last becomes... And actually, if we start doing this... This might cause some, Sorry, that's my doggo. I've always struggled. I'll admit it, though. The thing about player input is... And I suppose it depends on the game. Sorry, guys. I suppose it depends on the game. But... You can just say, oh, if you press this button, then you go forward. And if you let go, you stop. And it's like that works. And then it's like you start to play the thing and you're like, this doesn't feel right. Like in a Zelda game, like the old school NES Zeldas. On the same page, doggy. Where you're like, okay, you know, if I go forward, I go forward. And then there's a like Zelda, the OG's NES Zelda, everything is the stage, the map world and everything is on a grid, right? And so you're going forward, and so you have the collision of the player and the collision of the world elements on these tile maps, right? And so if your player is going forward and they share a couple of pixels with that tile, if you don't care, then they hit it and they stop moving, right? And you're like, well, they just need to move over. And so you don't really give a shit about the player experience at that point. But if you do, then it's like, okay, well, if they hit it and they're only X number of pixels over, then we're going to forgive that and assume that they want to go forward, because that's how it feels when you're a player, is like, I'm close enough, like I've offset myself enough. If I keep going forward, I won't hit that, right? And then you do, and it's like, oh, this sucks, because now I got to like get it exactly right. So you're like, okay, if they're a little bit over, we're going to nudge them over so that it's like they didn't hit that thing, because we know that there are just enough pixels over that they probably really are intending to go past that. So we'll nudge them over and it'll be fine. And that's what I find with player inputs a lot of times when I'm doing this shit in games, is like, it's like you can get it. What the hell is this? What the hell? Why does the HP store think I speak another language? And beyond that, what is it asking me? What is this? What is this? What is this? Hey, bud, do you need to go outside? Are you hungry? You want dinner? Okay, I'll get you dinner. I'm sorry, buddy. It's late. I'm sorry. I'm a bad papa. Okay. I'm gonna get it. All right, let me... I gotta take care of my dog here. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. Give me just a second. I'll be right back. I'll run an ad whilst I'm gone. Okay, back. Sorry about that. Okay, so I just don't know about this. So if our direction last equals forward, and we don't have... Oh my god. Oh my god. Direction last equals forward. And our direction for the right hand does not equal forward, which we already know from this. See, that's our current direction. Oh, fuck. How much harder would it have been just to add the countdown for the press and hold cricket? How much harder would it have been, dumbass? How much harder? Hmm? What if we don't care about if they're not equal at this point when we're down here? And we just say, if our last direction equals this, so we know we've released the button. We could also just track if we've applied an impulse for the left, and if we've done something. It's another way to do it, right? So we could just say, well, okay, we did it at some point during all this. And so... But no, it's on press. See, this is why we need... It's the coyote time. This presumes a release. Okay. So if our... direction last is direction forward, and our stats for the same hand. For time forward is less than coyote time. Then we know that we haven't set it to coyote time up here. And therefore, this is a valid press for that direction. And we can apply the torque impulse. And in that case, see, there's so many if statements. This is the other fucking wild thing about this that I think we can really reduce here, is the number of checks that we're doing is insane. So I think with a function call and early returns, we can avoid a lot of this. But we're not going to right now. Okay. And then how do we ensure we can reset direction? At this point, we can say, okay, we can set direction last to none because we've taken care of it. for that. Now, the thing about this, so we're saying direction last. And then, the other thing that we can do here is okay, let's just see. We're going to try, so this is left. Okay. That's still working right. I mean, that's working right now. Okay. This is right. Now forward. Backwards. What if happens if I change it? It doesn't know what to do. Look at that.
Yeehaw!
Okay, so it's now when you tap it.
Woohoo!
Okay. And direction last, same scenario here. We need to clear it. And we can do this, we can do some comparisons here with direction last instead of all this other stuff too. It says bullshit, coyote time nonsense. Left hand, that's our current one. Right hand. Gotta hop off real quick. All right, Colt. Thanks for hanging out, man. Thanks for supporting me. This is all shit code, guys. And these are if the directions are the same, or current directions. Let's see if this fixes that. God, this is just turning into a nightmare. This is one of those, like, washing the dishes problems.
Woohoo! Yeehaw! Oh! Oof! Woo!
Yeah!
Woohoo!
This is a simple logic problem, Cricket! All right. Fucking nightmare of a. Okay. All right, let's break this down. Ah! He's losing his mind. What is true? All right, thanks, Cole. What is true about our input scheme? Let's define what is real. Do you think that's code you're writing? Why is it, why am I getting flashbanged right now by this? Okay. Okay. Scenario. What are some things that we are, some absolutes? Holding input. Now, we are holding either the left or the right side, forwards or backwards. Here's the other problem that we need to tackle from a logic standpoint. What if I'm pressing forwards and backwards on the same input for the left hand? Does nothing happen? Do they cancel each other out? Did we treat them like vectors? And we just say, okay, Q applies a vector of a cardinal of up, and W applies a cardinal of down. And so if they're both being pressed, they just null each other out. We could do that. But regardless, holding input. And then we need the input buffer, as we're now learned that it's called. Which is to say, in the input buffer on top of holding input, this is what's causing us some heartache. Suppress and hold. Okay. So if we're going to use the cardinal idea, we would collect everything on the process step using input. And we would build that out that way. So then we would just have two cardinal values that two vectors, two vectors, or one vec2, one with x, y, x is one and y is the other. It doesn't really matter. And then, okay. Did you go outside? Just go to the door, buddy. Okay, give me a second. Okay. I have to keep my ears open for my dog. He comes back and knocks on the door to come back in. I have to... No headphones right now. I might miss some chats. You know what I could do over the ear like this. It's fine. Okay. So, go back to our drawing. Press and holding input. Let's try that. So we'll build it out. So left, forward. I'll be right back, guys. My German Shepherd and my pug are probably chasing the crap out of each other and terrorizing the... I'll be right back. I'll be right back, guys. Give me a second. They're being okay? Alright. They get a little intense with each other sometimes, and we have to, like, watch them. Okay. This is to simulate. How do you collect, Dude, I still get thrown for a loop with this stuff. This is unhandled input. Input is action pressed. So it's is action pressed, not to simulate action. Okay. Now this is shit to declare a variable in the middle of the process step, but we're gonna do it anyways. Left direction is vector 2. So zero that out. Now, if we're going forward, then we say left direction plus equals vector 2 up. And if we're going and pressing backwards as well, then we null it out with a down, or we are down. Okay? So then this is another if. Okay. And the same thing here. Now we can say, okay, this gets real simple. And we can still do this. I can still do this in here. I think this is, but okay, this is, we just needed something to refresh our brain here. So left direction, right direction. Is it low? It could be. Let me see. Bitrate. Nah, bitrate's good, man. We're at 9,000. I have access to 2K streaming, even though it doesn't work for me. I can still stream at a really high rate. So it might be because my higher setting is so high that your bandwidth, you can't pull it with your bandwidth right now, maybe? Maybe I'm so cool that you just can't handle it. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe I shouldn't be that high. So high, high above me. You see how I hit those high notes? Perfect. Perfect every time. Let's see. Quality. Yeah, 1080. Maybe I shouldn't be that high at 1080. Too much pixels. So high. As good as the latest Justin Timberlake concert, I'd say. Apparently that was a big kerfuffle with that. People are unhappy. I spent money for this. Okay. So now we have, if we're doing a direction, well, we got all this bullshit here I think we're going to be able to get rid of here. Jesus. Last direction. Left last direction is a vector 2. And right last direction, okay? Oh, the German Shepherd wants to come in. Give me a second. God, German Shepherd who's scared of the dark. Who's scared of the dark? You playing out there? Bug? Okay. I'm going to get rid of all this crap. Okay. So let's say we do a bunch of stuff. If this current direction equals our last direction, the other way around. So if we're the same, then we can have a timer that we're incrementing. Now we assign the last direction after whatever happens after all of this, like this. And then we're going to do the same thing for the right. Okay, we're coming back to the land of the sane here, guys. Good God. And this is the thing, like, sometimes you can visualize the shape of a problem. I'm still not a pro programmer, that's for sure. But there are times where you can be like, I got it. You guys know what I'm talking about? Where you're like, I got it. And you know you can get to a computer and write it out, and it's going to be right. But you can't actually like know the shape of it. Like you couldn't say, oh, first there's going to be, sometimes you can if it's a certain kind of thing. But like a lot of times it's just like you kind of know the image of it in your head. You know the logic is right. You can come to it and write it down and be fine. But in the case of this particular problem, I didn't feel that way. And I wasn't confident about it. And I didn't know what the fuck it should look like. And so it's like, I don't know. I'll just start writing. And then you do, and it's like, oh shit, this is all kinds of wrong. And here we are, round 3. All this stuff is probably going to go away, but I'm going to leave it here for now just to wallow in it. Okay, so left direction equals last left direction. Now we increment time for hold, right? Okay. Okay, so we're starting to make sense. So we can increment a hold time thing. I don't know. Var left hold time is a float. Okay, and its default is 0. And then we have a right hold time. Same thing. Okay. Now we increment this. We reset it if this is not true. So basically we just have an else. And if this is not true, then we're resetting hold time to 0. Or we could just say delta. But no, 0 because we're reset, right? We don't have a hold time. Now if we do have a hold time, or we would presume that the last time it was set to 0, now we're delta. Hold time delta, we go up. Okay, so now we have a hold time. That's not insane. Okay, and look at us. We're, again, look at the, this is feeling better. I'm feeling better. I'm feeling better. I'm happy! Happy! Clunk. I'm happy! Okay. Now, something still needs to happen. So, if our hold time, and I guess if we are incrementing a hold time, we know that, okay. So then we can say an if statement inside here. If the hold time is something, right? So we know that it's one direction. Okay. So this is all going to go back here. Okay, let's all calm down here for a second. So we've done the same thing for the left and the right. We've determined some truths for the left and the right inputs here. Okay. Now. Now, if the left and the right direction aren't the same, this is another truth. Or if they are. So if we're the same, we know that it's a direction that's the same. Right, guys? Yeah, okay. So if we're the same, then we know that we might want to be doing something with forward. Now, we have our... we have this stupid ass buffer thing. This is where everything gets all fucked up. I really just want to nuke all this right now. Everything else was so graceful, but this has just been a disaster. Capital D. Capital D. Ah! Okay. So we know we've got a hold time that we can kind of trust. So the length of time we've been holding the button, right? Okay. Okay. So if they're not the same, okay. It's coming to me. It's coming to me. It's coming to me. It's coming to me. And our hold time is greater than or equal to hand hold time, or this one, right hand hold time. Okay. then we're going to apply an impulse. We know that. And all we have to do to determine right now is what direction are we facing. So we could do it with a match, or we could do it with an if. I don't really give a damn. Match, left direction. We just have to pick one, right? So it's either up, the ones that we care about. Because they could be the same and be not, just be 0. So we could do an early... Like, before we do this comparison, to speed things up, we could say does not equal like a 0, right? But if we are up or down, this is where we're applying the impulse. Okay, bros? Okay, so then we're gonna grab all of this awful crap that we were doing. Just this. Forward, in our case. Okay. And all goes in by 1. Okay, and then if we're down, then we're going backwards. Right? Okay. Okay, now backward. Okay, this is looking far more sane. Now, we're gonna comment this up. Now, if we've done this, we're gonna reset hold time to 0. If any of these match, right, hold time. Well, let's just reset both of them. Why not? Okay, so we're doing good. This is looking good. We're better, maybe. I don't know. Let's see if this works. This might not even work. So right now, we're not gonna, nothing's gonna happen unless we hold the button down. Both of the same ones. Okay.
Woo!
And then, okay. And now we can't do anything else. No.
Woohoo!
Okay. So, this is much better than before. I feel like it. And we may be able to... It's kind of like we're translating... because you can collect inputs as a vector, normally, right? But it's like we have these separate keyboard things, and we're like, okay, we're creating a vector. Now we could do all one input and use the left and right, or the different axes for, like I was saying, but I'm not going to do that. Okay. So the next thing that we have to do is this coyote nonsense. So this is when we know we're true. This is when we know we're doing the hand-holding pulse, impulse. So, God, this is fudging horrible. So before this, if they're not the same, and I feel like we could do this now, right? Okay, okay, okay. This isn't too bad. Because we either are or we aren't. And then if we are the same, we just want to make sure that we've been holding it long enough to do the rest of this nonsense, right? Okay. Okay, that's pretty good. Now, if we're not the same, shit's a little different. Now, this is possibly going to become a function call here. Because we're about to repeat, possibly we might be able to get away with something like that, but we'll see here. Left and right. Ugh. We're not the same. And we got to go, okay, we do need the last direction. And do we need like just pressed? Do we need something like that? Just released and just pressed. What good is that going to help us with? We're resetting it every time. And we have the last direction. Another way we could do this is if our left direction equals our right last direction. Okay, so if left direction does not equal 0 and left direction equals our last right direction, so this is we can easily kind of go like, oh well, never mind, we're not going to continue to check this. Or we say they're the same. If they're the same, the previous left direction, we're going to do it like this. Okay. And then we'll do the same for the right. Right direction equals our left last direction. And we need to change the name of that variable. This shit's shit. Okay, so now... now, if we handled inputs here... How about... Okay, so we could do var... So these variable declarations we'll put all on the outside of process steps, so we're not redoing this every single time. Input... handled is a bool that we're setting to false at the beginning. If we do anything in here, we say input handled is true. How about that? Now we'll do this after. So if these two things are true and we say input is handled, we don't have to do anything else. So then we say, okay, if input is not handled, so not input handled, and this, not input handled, and this. Okay, now we can try something else. So we go, okay, so we didn't do anything here, and our left direction equals our right last direction. Cool, bro. Shit, are we gonna need another damn time tracking thing that we have to do? Because we need the coyote time, don't we? So, because what we care about right here is we go, okay, the left direction was the same as the right direction. And we're trying to double check to make sure, hey, did they mean to go straight forward? Or are we dealing with, we're applying the rotation stuff, right? So we have, when our last direction, we have a hold time. that we increment if our directions are the same. If they're not, then I suppose we increase the coyote time, as I'm calling it. Left hold time, right hold time, var, left, last direction, time. I don't know what the fuck to call this stuff, guys. Again. Right. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Okay. I think we're almost there for this. Good God. Huh. All this so that you know what sucks about this is I'm still making a co-op style thing, right? So all of this to still have people complain. But I will feel better about it, and I will feel like it doesn't feel like shit. But I still think that people who are like, I can't do this, are still going to complain. You can't. This is true. God, I feel like I'm so close with this, though. You know what? Let's go ahead and take these broken variables. And we're going to put them on the outside here, like so. And then this becomes... this. Might as well. Okay. So that keeps us from reinitializing again and again on the process step, right? We don't want to... Hey, I need this. Hey, I need this. Hey, I need this. Hey, I need this. It's like, no, bro, you need it every single time. Don't... Okay. So... Okay, so we have this last direction time. So if they're the same, otherwise we do this. We increase the delta of the last direction time. And then we do the opposite over here and we reset it to 0 on this side. Is that right? I don't know. I'm going to go with it. It feels right. Okay, so basically we're counting if we're not the same. No, but see, we let go of the button, and then in a fraction of a second, in like many fractions of a second, like, this scenario will barely happen. Because what's going to happen is, because we're taking both our forward and our backward direction, we're going to get 0, like that. So it's almost like what we really want to keep track of is okay, so we can do what we really want to keep track of is are we are we not 0? Right? And that's when we set last direction, so that it's, if the last, okay, whatever our last input was that was not 0, that is the last direction. Yes. Okay, so when we assign the last direction, it's only if, and I think the other thing is that we can skip all this shit as well. We can say if it's like, hey, it's 0. If any of them is 0, does that mean we can? No, it only means it for the initial. This is all still true. If left direction equals vector 2 0, or this is not right. This is. Do we really care about that 0 thing though? I don't know yet. It's only on the assignment, really. Okay. Let's stop doing that. It's only when we go down here we assign it. So if left direction does not equal 0, then we assign left last direction to left direction. And same with right direction. So we only update the assignment here if we're not 0. Okay. Okay, so now we know that we're never going to get anything but an up or a down. A cardinal. So the, okay. All right. So we're never comparing a 0 anyways. Unless we're here and we've just done it. But then it doesn't matter either way if because our last direction would never equal that compared to our current. So this would never be true unless it was up or down. Okay. So now that we have that figured out, okay, so then we go, okay, all this stuff is still good. We are increasing our hold time. We reset the last direction time if we're the same, because the last direction is the same, right? So, okay. But if it's not the same, so if the last direction, so if it's not the same, it's either 0 or a different direction, then we increase our last direction time delta over time. Then, okay. So then, now that we've done all this, now when we go down here, we say, okay, we haven't handled the input, and we know that our left direction equals our last right direction. Let's think about this. And what if we have a right direction last time? If the two are the same, right? Okay, then we know. Let's set some brakes on this, because we should hit this pretty much right away when we go forward, when we tap forward. If we tap it. Oh, it's already happening. Why is that? And that's because we're 0. This is our first pass. That's what we have. Right. We haven't pushed any inputs. And we're... Okay, let's try that. Okay. Okay. All right, right, we're getting there, guys. We're getting there. You just gotta trust me. Okay. Everything's still cool. We're still cool. But now what we have is this little bad boy here. The last direction time. So this should be incrementing over time. So in our case, if right direction equals left last direction, we just want to print the left last direction time and then the right last direction time here. And just to see that we're getting some number here that... So we'll tap it and we should start seeing some numbers. Yes. Okay. So that is the thing that we want to know. That's our coyote time. You guys? That's our coyote time. So left. That's what we want to compare with the coyote time. So if they are the same and the right last direction time is less than or equal to coyote time, then we know that we actually wanted to do this. And if that's the case, this is why we're probably going to want to go wrap this mother effer into a function. Sanity's sake, because we're going to repeat ourselves twice here. Exact same shit. So it could be called two-hand. It's the two-hand function. And then we just say left direction. We just need to give it 1. Two-hand push. Paddle. Two-hand paddle. They call me two-hand paddle, because I like to paddle with 2 hands. Ooh. Two-hand paddle. Wow, impressive. Two-hand paddle. And we're going to expect a direction. And this direction is, well, I guess if we paste it in, we're going to put this in here. It's a vector. Already forgot. Chion. Vector 3. We're going to return not a thing. And then we replace this with direction. Done. Look at that. Okay, now we go back up here. And then we say, same here. We go two-hand paddle, baby. And in this case, we say left direction. And in this case, we say right direction. Okay. And we should only be printing these when need to do this as well. And this is the opposite side here. So this is left last time. Okay. Coyote time. All right. And then the other thing we want to do, I think the right thing to do here is to assign this time to coyote time. Okay. I always wonder, like, I'm going, you know, Sometimes it's like, this is where I find out I haven't been streaming for like an hour. Typically. I'm just talking to myself and working away. All right, so that should set us a straight. Now we want to print this out before we change it, just so we can see what it was. And we're going to do the same thing up here, just to kind of get an idea of how this is working. And this. Cross your fingers, we're still golden. But this should be an impulse now if we tap them. Yes!
Woo!
Now that's problematic, right? That's problematic. So, input is not handled. Ah! You see the problem? Because I see it. I see it. Probably shouldn't put this in this function call. It's probably okay, but I feel like not being able to see that here is not a good thing for me. Input handle is false. So let's set a break on both of these. Now see, we're printing times that are less than. Let's think about this. Okay, but we know it's print. Okay, hang on a sec. We're way out of the stage now, and we're gonna reset. Okay, so this is breaking some things. We don't want it. I don't like it. We don't like it. Clearly.
Yeehaw!
Yeehaw, indeed.
Oof!
Oof. Indeed. So what is happening here? Because if we're holding... See it? Do you guys see it? Here, it's right in front of us. We need to nest this if statement. You know why? Because we still want to handle it, even if we aren't going to paddle. Left side, mini whelps. Handle it! Input handled equals tra. Okay. Because we have. So then, let's get rid of the handle on here. Handle it, left side, mini whelps. Okay. We've handled it. Am I going to be 70 saying shit like that? I wonder. My grandkids are going to be like, wow, Grandpa, we've lost him. He's gone. Where is he right now? He's years ago. And it's true. Grandpa is years ago. Grandpa's lost it. Grandpa's loony. Okay. Look at that. Fuck yeah. Okay, we're almost there, guys. Ooh, yeah. Okay, this is getting good. This is getting good. I like this code so much better than the other one. It's funny, it's almost the same length. But it doesn't look like shit. Like, it looks like something I can look at and go, okay, this is what, okay. So we're gonna get rid of all this because we're trusting ourselves now. So this, okay. I go unplug Odie's car. No, it can be up to 24 hours. So long as we unplug it for class tomorrow, it'll be okay. It can't be more than 30 hours, I think. But I guess if you're worried about it for fire safety, then yeah, go unplug it. But I think that there's like, we need to double check the manual, but we want it to be plugged in for a guaranteed amount once we plug it in, because otherwise you give the battery a really bad half-life. Minimum hours first charge. Do you have the manual? Okay. So now, if this is not true, and actually, we can put this first. If not input handled, and our left direction is not 0, then we can do this comparison here. Why are we bitching right now? There we go. Okay. This is better because the Boolean, we're doing Boolean comparisons. Boolean. Let's put a Boolean cube in there. Oh, now we're cooking. Was our Boolean. Really quick. You're gonna do a. He's losing it. Okay, so we're feeling. Okay. All right, so this is all cool. This is cool. All right, so now, what have we done here? What have we done? So now we can say input handled true. All right, we're just always going to say we've done that. Hey, we took care of it. We got it. Okay, we got a commercial break rolling right now. I'm going to go grab all of the 0 French people in your stream are offended. I think they would giggle and they would be like, there's absolutely 2 scenarios. 1, they'd find it funny, or 2, they'd find it funny, but they're laughing at me. I don't know. Do we think offense? I think they would just laugh at how bad it is. I don't know. If there's offense taken, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Don't worry, guys. It's all in jest. I'm not mad that, okay, I'm not gonna I'm not gonna make a World War II joke right now. I could, but I'm not going to. Alright, I'll be right back. And put on some music for you. See what we got. Gonna head out, have a good rest of the stream. All right, Todd, thanks. I'm sorry I didn't get it done in time. I'm right there, but it's really late. I understand. I'll have it ready for you in the morning if you show up on the stream. It is Friday tomorrow, and I usually play people's games. I don't know how I'm gonna handle that. All right. We've got it. We're right there, guys. Oh my God, some sanity. Okay. Now, if the input is not handled again in this scenario, then we know that we're dealing with. We basically just want to get the direction. We know we're not 0, right? At this point. And so if we're not input handled again, then we continue on and we say this is where we do a match statement. And we say left direction. So this is it's either up or down. Okay? Up or down. We're done, guys. This is it. Oh, but press and hold. We got to do press and hold for these directions too. Son of a bitch! We'll be okay. Shit. Now we're repeating ourselves, so we'll probably be able to do this in a funk call too. Here in a second. But ooh, you know what? I need that code that I ripped out. My passionate rage. Not rage, but my excitement. Okay, we're going to save this. Now we're going to go like this. And then we're going to go... and we're going to grab this, the sound of one hand clapping. That's the sound of one hand clapping. Okay, and then we're going to put everything back like we didn't do any of that. Okay, we're good. Now, this is where we apply our torque impulse. Captain, we need our torque impulse. We need to make those cheeks clap, Captain. As your security officer, I think it's important. Oh. Cheeks clap, okay. And we're going to stroke it backward. We're almost there, though. Torque impulse, Captain. But not parse global class player controller. What? Why are you talking about that all of a sudden? I haven't touched anything there. Something's wrong here and you're not telling me about it. Okay. Thank you. Jeez. There it is. Okay. Now, we've done this. Yaw. Now we're going to do the same thing. Yaw. Like so. And instead of the left direction, we're going to say right direction. We're almost there. We should be able to now rotate left and right. Oh, but we got to flip it for the other side. But it's fine. We can still test it. Yes.
Mercy me, I'm about to tip over.
Okay, it's doing it too much. Yeah, okay. And you really should be...
I'm a dang rotisserie chicken.
Yeah, you are. You are a rotisserie chicken. Uh-huh. Okay, we're going to put this over here. And we're going to stroke it right, backwards and forwards and all that stuff. Okay, so then we want to handle this once. We press it, and it's like, all right, you pressed it. So then, what do we care about? Well, we know. Okay, here's what we do know. If we is last direction always, yeah, so no, if it doesn't equal last direction, then we're going to do this. And we'll do the same thing here, but for left direction. Wait. Okay. So this is still getting, it's turning a little bonkers. We're going to admit it. It's kind of getting unwieldy, but it's not unfollowable. I feel like this is quote unquote cleaner than my other approach so far. Like, it's not, it's just a lot of logic. There's just a lot of little things. A lot of little things here. Just, oh, enter doesn't work. Ooh, that's a, okay. Okay, that's good. Oh, can only hit it once. Okay. If we're greater than our coyote time, and we can't set, we definitely can't set last direction to... Because this is going to create an infinite... it's going to go on forever. Right. Only if it's changed. Huh.
I'm a dang rotisserie chicken. Might be enough spinning for one day. I'm a dang rotisserie chicken. I'm a dang...
So why isn't it doing it for the left side? Okay, so I think we're almost there. I think the one thing we want to do here is we say if we're not handled, again, right? We're always checking that. And actually here we want to say input handled is true on all these sons of bitches. Or do we? Oh, see, this is interesting because shit. I think we need a different... Because we don't want to say true on these. We're going to have a different, like, left input handled or right input handled. And then there's just, like, both inputs handled or something. Okay, regardless. This is really an else. So LF... If we are 0, we've released. We're looking at coyote time. We're surpassed coyote time. All right. I think I'm going to end it here, but I've got a very good grip of everything now. We're right near the end of this. I can feel it. I can tell. But I have done 2 streams today. I've almost done quite a lot of work. I'm going to roll this back so that we're on the same page for both of these. We're so close though. So we have the coyote time for the two-handed paddle. We have the press and hold for two-handed paddle. We can tap to move with it as well. So we just need a little bit of logic for the left and the right. The forward and the backwards for the left and right hands, singular, one-handed. And really the only problem, let me try and break this down again because maybe I can bust through this. So if we do have a last direction time, what are we resetting it? Last direction time's always growing here. If the direction does not equal the last direction. So this is what's confusing me about this is why aren't we on an internal like if we press one direction, why aren't we going for eternity?
Mercy me, I'm about to tip over.
So I can do this. Once I
I'm
pick
a dang
one.
rotisserie chicken.
Okay, so it is from the input.
Might be enough spinning for one day.
So do we need a bool that's like we've handled we've done the last direction, the buffer? Let's just handle the direction. So if we haven't handled it, this isn't gonna solve everything, but it will give us something like control. Now, see if the input is not handled, here's the problem is that we do kind of want the timer. Now, what we could do is, so we release, if we're not 0. Okay, I think I might have something here. So we say, our hold time. You know, we could do, hold on a second. And hold time. If we set it the starting value to the handhold time, and it's on a loop. Only when right handhold time. Release. When they don't match. See, this is going to be weird the first time. Now, if we check for handhold time here, oh my god, I think we might have it. Release and press again. The last and the new are the same. This is not going to work. Is greater than or equals left hand hold time is greater than or equal when now we reset it back to 0. Okay. Right. Shit, dude, we're close. There's all these little weird things about this. I can hold it. Let me do the OSO. Wait a second. Okay. So that's the problem. Okay, we're so fucking close though. We're so fucking close.
Yeehaw!
Now, what is the problem here? Why is this a problem? Why are we flapping it like crazy? Input is handled true here. This is coyote time. We're not doing input handled true here. Oh, we do right here. Left and right direction are the same. So then why the severe stroking? Why the severe stroking? Both stroke. Both stroke. Coyote. And then hold. I think what we're seeing is both of these are firing. 0, right hand hold time. Only when the last one equals the same, we continue to increase the hold time. We're setting it here to 0. So coyotes and hold 1. All right, let's see if we can figure out what is going on with the rockets. And I think we got it though. Once we get this fixed, oh my god. Both stroke.
Woo!
That's proper.
Oh!
Look at that.
Woohoo!
Whoa!
Woo!
So it's the both stroking. We're both stroking it wrong. Now, is it that we're not resetting the handhold time on the both stroke? That's it. So we need to reset right hold time to... Now, are we doing it here? We're resetting them both here. If we do that, if either one is greater than or equal to handhold time, then... Oh, that's super low. 0.25? No, that's fine. Quarter of a second, quarter of a second. Is it that... Quarter of a second. That's too low. I'm thinking my old logic was wrong. No, that's fine there. That's about how fast I tap it. But look at that. Then this goes, we open up a gateway to infinity. Look at that. It's...
Woohoo! Ooh!
Oh.
Might be enough spinning for one day. Woohoo! Woo!
I'm wondering if,
Yeehaw! Woo!
let's see what these hold times are. It's firing right now, even though there's no inputs. What the fuck?
Woo! Yeehaw! Oh!
That's why it's not okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. So in this case,
Oh!
make sure I go like this. No. Oh, okay. I get what's going on.
Oh! Oh! Woo! Oh! Woohoo! Woo! Yeehaw! Woohoo!
Ah, so fudging close, guys. Cool. Let me pull him in. Did you do Shift P? I don't see him. Push. Shift P to push. Oh. No biggie, you can go back and do it. So press and hold is working for everything right now. Why are we still rotating here though? Because we're spinning a lot. So that's good.
Oh!
I did see and typed the description. And then did you hit enter? If you don't push it, I can't pull it. Maybe it's okay. Trees and rocks. Okay, I just got it. Let me, that's weird. It didn't act like anything changed. Yep, I see him. And now we're busted in another way. Node 3D, trying to assign variable type to Node 3D. Variable type collectible path. Oh, a bunch of your rocks are in here. I'll put that in land. Okay. There's a shipwreck in there too. And try again. There we go. Look at that, we're seeing some trees now. Oh my god, it's alive. Look at all these changes here that my wife put in. My lovely wife. Would you look at that? Beautiful. Wow, it really breathes life into it.
Yeehaw!
Holy smokes, it's like a totally different thing.
Woo! Woohoo!
Let's go over here and check things out. Yeah, so we want that feathering. We want that feathering, folks. We're not getting it just yet. Going around this corner here. I'm gonna... So we can't tap it right now.
Woo! Oh!
Passing that boat by. A little too loud, that boat.
Yeehaw!
Goes to the big boat. It's alive, guys. The game's coming alive. Frampton comes alive. The control's shit now. You can press and hold, though. Dun, 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 dun. This is the stage setup stuff. We're gonna go back up. Process. Process. I think if we use just pressed. So if we copy all of this, is action just pressed, and then we say hold time. I don't know this is going to be quite right, but we'll try it. This might do it. Okay, let's see if it does it. The only thing about this is it ruins the coyote time, right? So then now our coyote time's gonna be busted, right? So if we do this, yeah, see, we're off.
Woo!
Shit. But we can't do this now. What if we apply this after? So if we do this, and we check the coyote time, and then we do the check here. If we just pressed it, then we say, oh, okay, we just pressed it. And we do that for left. And then we do it for right in here. So again, after, outside of the if statement, not inside. We say, yeah, we just pressed it. And then we say, okay, well then the whole time is this. And now it's like, boom, impulse. Now the problem is that this won't work for forward unless we handle coyote first. The coyote howls. So now we're going to be able to do left and right fine, like this. And if we press and hold, we'll still go forward, but we can't tap it to go forward and backwards. Yeah, see, this is all wacky. And that's because right. But again, only if we haven't handled it. So this should be... Hold on. Any coyotes in there? No. We're gonna go ahead and raid out. I think I need to just sleep this. Oh, that's me. Shut up. We just need to sleep this one off. We're very close, though. We are very, 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 very close. We almost have the whole thing working exactly how we want it. We're so damn close. So this is right. Press and hold is right. And now all that's wrong is the feathering. Where we can tap forward and have it go forward. So and we can do
I'm a dang
one-handed
rotisserie chicken.
and like that, and we can hold it right. Yep. Ooh, we are so close. Tomorrow morning we're gonna have this done, and then from that point on, okay, we lock in the controls. We say, good or bad, this is what we got. It make it so we don't win the jam or get it close to winning it because so many people are going to be so pissed about it, but whatever. But we move on, and so we just have to figure out, we have to get the coyote time working. So the problem with that is we'll figure it out. All right, guys. Let's see who we're gonna raid. Go ahead, and we got 20 of you in here. Proton's doing something. We can do. Grumble of Pugs. Do Mr. Pugs. Love to everybody out there. I will catch you guys. Good morning. See you then. Don't play my sounds. I don't want to hear me. Don't want to hear me. We're gonna raid Grumble Pugs. I appreciate everybody out there. I will see you guys in the morrow. We're gonna let it count down here just for a little bit. I'm gonna go into Grumble. Say hi to Grumble for me. Be kind to Grumble. Be kind. Rewind to Grumble, please. Thank you. Bye-bye, everybody. Bye-bye.